Hello, everybody. Welcome. Let me just turn the sound off first and then pop over to the channel. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't tweet. How are people gonna know? How are they gonna know? And we're live. Tweet sent. Let me just go double check, make sure that things are running smoothly over here. But welcome. Happy Wednesday. As it says down below, I'm reading Bloodmarked. I have, what is it, like 50% left of this to go? What does Goodreads say? Because I do have it on my currently reading. It's probably closer to 55%, for being honest. I have not touched it since the last time I was live. Yeah, I'm at 45%. Sadly. Salutations. Welcome. Hello. Let me know down below what you're reading. For the first sprint, I think we'll do it at 10 after. So like 9 minutes. Gives people time to get here. And then we'll launch into our first 45. Am I going to read during the first 45 sprint? Probably not, because I was about to make lunch. I was going to make lunch. And so I'm probably going to make my lunch and eat during the first sprint. And then it'll be me and Miss Bloodmarked. Good afternoon. You're going to start Crier's War. Actually going to read today now that you're free from the clutches of your game. Okay, well, what are you going to read, though? Won't be reading since you have a bit of work today, and then you'll be cleaning, which you're happy to catch one. I mean, happy that you can join us. That's why they're productivity. I figured that if you're in the States, it's the day before Thanksgiving. Maybe you are trying to like do a little deep clean before you have people come over. Maybe you're trying to get your cooking thing happening. I don't know. I'm not a cooker like that. So maybe that's what people are trying to do. But yeah, that's why these are titled the way that they are. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Debating Between Goliath by Tochi Onyebuchi and Foul Lady Fortune by Chloe Gong. If I had to vote, I would go with Goliath because I've only heard good things about Goliath and I have heard nothing about Foul Lady Fortune by Chloe Gong. It's been radio silence from Ms. Gong. Off work today, so planning to do a bunch of reading to mentally prepare for the chaos of tomorrow. Okay, sounds productive. Sounds like I'm wishing you luck. Yesterday, I did a lot of reading. I read 3 books yesterday. Trying to get this video. I have this video out for the 28th. I think I have like 10. I've read 10 books for this video. I have 10 books left to go. Fingers crossed this sees the light of day. Fingers crossed. Some of these might not make the cut or I might just push the video. I wanted it out on Monday, but if I have to put the video out on Wednesday, I will. But I want it out on Monday. So me reading Bloodmarked, taking a day, because I'm not reading tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm going to try and start editing that video. So Sunday night, I don't have to edit all of it. So today and tomorrow, I'm taking a break from reading the books for that video, which might come to bite me in the ass. Thankfully, none of them are very... There's one that's a little chunky, but we're going to ignore it. We're going to ignore that. You're going to finish The Selfless Act of Breathing. Never heard of this, The Selfless Act of Breathing. Never in my life. Reading Ascendance of a Bookworm Part 2, Volume 4. What is this? Let me go to what is this? What is this title? Who wrote this book and why did they title it this way? Gay Witch Book set at a boys' boarding school in the 90s. Fraternity by Andy Mentis, 75% in. Really enjoying it. I've heard of Andy Mentis. Haven't read his book, but I've heard of him. You're between The Escape Room by Megan Golden and Find Me by Anne Fraser. Well, let me look up this little Find Me book. Anne Fraser. Come on, Goodreads. Don't let me down. I gave you a title and an author. Anne Fraser. Okay. My vote here is Escape Room because Find Me looks to be like it's part of a series. That's my guess based on what I'm looking at here. But it might have better reviews then, because Find Me has a 4.2, and The Escape Room, Megan Golden, has a 3.8. So if you want to go by the popular consensus, I think Find Me might be more. But The Escape Room has 31 ratings, and Find Me has 24,000. That's not. I mean, it's a difference, obviously, but they're both more than a lot of books on Goodreads. You're screened the kids while you prep food for tomorrow, and you're doing some audiobooks. I love that for you. I did 2 audiobooks yesterday, and then I did 1 physical. I don't know if me and audiobooks are getting along these days. I don't know. You were enjoying Serendipity, edited by Marissa Meyer. The first couple stories were 4 and 4.5. The rest, not the rest were garbage. Gave it 3.5 stars. I mean, I do think that's the risk with the anthologies. It's why you're not going to catch me reading an anthology, because I kind of love myself. And I don't know if I'm ready to put myself through that. If you are just joining us, because I see the number is ticking up, we're going to do our first little sprinty sprint at 10 after. So in 4 minutes, you got 4 minutes. Let me know what you're reading. I will be reading Bloodmarked for this. If you want my thoughts and opinions, these little live streams are the only place you're going to find it for me. Listen, I did Siri because those were arcs. When I read Love on the Brain, there was no audiobook for Love on the Brain. When I was reading the Love Hypothesis wait hold was like months and months long. So like if I wanted to get through the arcs, yeah, I had to listen to Siri. I was talking about like the audiobooks I did yesterday were regular audiobooks, and like they were fine. But one of them was narrated by Julia Whalen, and I'm just like, Julia Whalen, she narrates a lot. I know I've listened to Julia Whalen audiobooks in the past, but I think that maybe because she has narrated so many, there are audiobook narrators who are not Julia Whalen that try to sound like Julia Whalen. So when you listen to Julia Whalen, there's like nothing special about her voice. And I was like listening to the story that she was telling me, and I was like, Julia, maybe it's time for you to wrap it up. Maybe it's time for you to wrap it up, honey. Maybe it's time for that to happen. And then the second audiobook was a YA contemporary. I posted the second one on my stories kind of vaguely because this little girl was doing so much. They were doing so much, and part of me was like, yes, go for your dreams, do this. But the other side of me, I was like, now this is real cute, but your parent has to be better than me, because what this little girl was doing, what she was scheming, I said, there ain't no way that you are coming out of this book and you are going to actually get to go to this thing, because you have lied, you have done this, you have done that. You are just a bad child, and we don't reward bad behavior in this house. But I was like, it's a YA contemporary, so she gonna get what she want in the end. And the book kind of addressed it. It did a little, part of it was hand wavy, part of it was like, but it was cute. It was cute. But still, I was like, I don't know if I like this audiobook. And both times I was reading the thing and I knew that the audiobook was taking me longer. That's kind of the thing that's getting me now. It's like audiobooks are really convenient for me at times during the day where I cannot physically hold a book. So like when I'm actually having to go to work and be at work, it's not conducive for me to have a physical book there to read. And so the audiobook experience is beneficial there. But yesterday, my goal was to read 4 books, and I firmly believe that if I had actually uh read physically during the reading sprints that I would like, the sprint replays that I was watching, I would have actually read all 4 books. But because I listened to 2 of them on audio, it took me hours to read them. One of them took 3 hours to listen to, and the other one took like 4 hours to listen to. But when I read the last book during Deja's sprints, 2 sprints, and I was done with the book. So it was like, part of it was kind of, I was wasting my own time with these little audiobooks. Hello, Mayana. Happy to see you're awake. Let us know what you're reading for today, and let us know how your 24-hour reading vlog journey went. Reading The Obelisk Gate. They were a horrible child. Well, I don't say horrible, but they was really acting out. They was doing all kinds of foolishness, I say. But it is 10 after, so we're gonna do our first 45, and I'll see you after the break. Hello, readers. Welcome back. How did everybody do? Like I said, I finished making my lunch and then I was eating. And so I did not read Bloodmarked, but I did listen to an audiobook. I got some audiobooking in. And can't tell you what the book was, but I can say that I am enjoying the book. It's enjoyable, but it is also a little foolish. It's a little foolish. It's a little foolish. Like, to me, I think it's a little bit weird. Oh, how far did I get into this audiobook? Where's Libby? I'm at 20% right now. And I do think that's a little strange that you want to be an entrepreneur. You want to be an entrepreneur lady, running your business on Facebook, and you aren't reading the Facebook messages. You aren't responding. Like, people are trying to pay you. Like, the first, like 25 pages or something was homegirl talking about how she got to be Miss Penny Pincher. She has no money. She's trying to get the money. She's trying to make ends meet. And this person is like, hey, I'm trying to pay you. And she's like, what? No, you're not. And he's like, yeah, I am. Here's the receipts. She's like, oh yeah, I don't read the messages. And it's like, ma'am, you're Brokey McBroke, living on Brokerson Avenue. So I do think it's a little foolish, but I'm having a good time. I will be going to Bloodmarked for the next sprint, though. But let's see here. You're reading The Royal Assignment by 3 authors, and it sucks. You still have an hour and 40 minutes left in the 24-hour readathon. Okay, hopefully, the little 45-minute sprint helped you out. You might pick up the Atlas 6, see what the girlies are talking about, pretending to work, listening to Finley Donovan, trying to get through this last hour and a half of work, hoping you can get at least one full sprint in. I mean, I'll be here for a minute. We have 3 more sprints we got to do, at least, because I am finishing this book today. I'm finishing this book. I refuse to bring this book with me into the future. So I got a little bit over half to go. This is what I got left. This is what we're going to be reading for the next 3 sprints. And I think I can knock it out. I think I'll be able to. It's not like Tracy Dion, the most complicated author in the known world. Okay, what is with these? What is with? Isn't someone else reading this book? Let me scroll up. I could have sworn. Oh no, this was A Sentence of a Bookworm Part 2, Volume 4. So what's with these Part 2s? Is this the latest trend in the indie girls? The indie girls are like, this is my book, Revive Me Part 1. This is Revive Me Part 2. This is Revive Me Part 3, The Redux. Hello. Oh, yeah, I got my water bottle. Always got my water bottle on hand. Always. Can't go anywhere without it. Can't wait to get on the Revive series. You wanted to read both parts at the same time because you're impatient. Okay, I got to open up Goodreads. Revive Me Part 2. Maybe if I do this, we'll stop sharing this little cut by J.L. Steegers. These covers are hideous. Does Part 1 have a... How are you on Goodreads and there ain't no... There's no description. Okay, well, foolishness. I don't know what these books are about. I'm not going to go on Amazon.com and have that in my little tracking. The Stanley. Anyway, the stationery shop that was going around earlier in the year. Hopefully it's good. Let's see here. Hellos. Still reading The Final Empire, determined to finish it tonight. 10%. Not reading, you're still at work, your job is boring. I mean, I hate that for you. 13% of Ascendance of a Bookworm. Okay, look at you making progress. Look at you. Half of your book, Paradise by Fernanda Melchor, is pretty gross, but great writing. 47 pages into The Escape Room. 58%. You made it to page 32 in Goliath. You're listening to the audiobook as well. You're really enjoying it. 40 pages of Kindred. You had to break out the gin. Not the gin. Not the gin. Isn't Kindred the one where homegirl gets taken back to the plantation, or am I thinking of a different book? Because I can understand like that could be a lot. That could be a little much. I don't know how long you were here. When was I sprinting? Was it Saturday? It was Sunday. I think it was Sunday I did sprints, and I haven't touched the. I have been determined not to touch this book. Or is it Monday? I don't know when I was sprinting. Whenever I was last live was when I was touching this book. And so the answer is no, because I haven't. Like, so at the beginning of the book, it was fine. So far, just to recap, in case you also missed those reading sprints, a lot of fuck shit is happening over here. So we have Bree. Bree's back as the main bitch. She's here. She's the main character. Don't say nothing else because the girlies on Twitter will come for you. Bree, the main character. Okay, so Bree's here. There's been something of a time jump from the events of the last book, and now we're here in Bloodmarked. So in the meantime, I guess there's this high council situation happening over all the Legendborns. There's a terminology for this, but everything in this world has a terminology, and I can't be bothered to learn it and to commit it to memory because this is not a favorite series of mine. So this ruling government has come in, and they're like, we're gonna have a funeral, and we're gonna do this, and Bree, we're gonna need you to like do your little rites because spoiler alert, homegirl, she King Arthur. And so King Arthur got to do this little special ritual. Except when they do the special ritual, they drug her because they trying to lock her up. Because spoiler alert, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? But the ruling body of the Legendborn Society, they racist. They're KKK. They hate black people. They hate black people. Don't like black people at all. So they were like, yeah. They decided they were going to, instead of blaming the events of the last book on the man who did it, they said, we're going to blame it on this completely separate entity. I'll leave some things vague so you can have some kind of surprises. I feel like that's fun. So we're going to not blame the man who did it. We're going to blame a different person. And Bree, we're going to put you in hiding because why not? Mind you, in the last book, the end of the world was brought upon. So there's like some special Arthurian word for the end of the world. That word is not important. You just need to know that the end of the world is upon these people. And the only person that can stop the end of the world is King Arthur. And Bree is King Arthur. And yet, these people are so devoted to their racism that they think they're going to stop the end of the world without King Arthur. Like, this is where we get into clownery. I'm sorry. Like, this is just pure clown makeup. How in your society are you so racist that you are going to, like, your one mission in life, the only reason these little girls are out here running around in the round table is to stop these little shadow monsters from destroying humanity? And they are like, there's one way to do it. And it's with King Arthur, and we need King Arthur. That's the only reason we all exist, as the round tables for King Arthur. And King Arthur pops in, and you are so racist that you're like, actually, we don't need King Arthur. Can you imagine for 200 years that you and your little friends have been out here twiddling your thumbs, waiting for King Arthur to arrive? And King Arthur arrives, and he's like, hi, I'm here, I've awakened, I have called on my chosen child. And then the whole round table is like, actually, wait. Wait, I know we've been waiting for 200 years, but actually, we don't want you. And so racism, like, it's a little foolish to me. I'm sorry. Like, I have excused many a book that has just been like, racism is the enemy. There are so many little black thrillers out here, so many of them, that I've just given a pass when the little surprise racism, the culprit in the thriller is racism. It's not like, I don't know, Chad from around the corner. It's racism. This elite underground society of Ku Klux Klans is it's foolish to me a little bit. But at the same time, inside the KKK that we find ourselves following, we have a lovely little black character who is here to be Bree's black friend. Bree has allegedly made friends with the Rootcraft community at UNC Chapel Hill. She sent them a Zoom and was like, hey, the KKK is coming. So like, don't do your little root magic bullshit because the KKK will be here. So you might want to be aware that they will kill you. They will kill you for that. So heads up to y'all. So I guess she's made friends with those people a little bit. It's very business transaction. If the KKK, like the Grand Leader, the Grand Wizards, no, Black Friend, no, we're not calling it a friend. Maybe I misspoke, but it is definitely an acquaintance. No, y'all are getting too excited. You're getting too excited. This is not a friend. I misspoke. It's an acquaintance. It's an acquaintance. It's an acquaintance. It's an acquaintance. It is not a friend. Do not get your hopes up. This person is insignificant. Bree does not fuck with them like that. So in the in this little escape, so the KKK comes to town. Bree, she sends out the little professional she sends out the little she sends a Zoom call to them. She's like, hey, watch out because the KKK will kill you. She goes along with this little ritual. She finds out that the KKK is really not here for her, even though she's King Arthur. And so now she's on the run. She's on the run with a group of people. And what's really killing me is when you're reading this book, and there are so many other ethnicities inside this little Arthurian bullshit that we find ourselves with. Like literally every other character in here is like described as being Asian, which suspect behavior that Tasty Dion hates Black people this much. But we finally get, what is her, I think her name was like Samira. I think I was just on a page with her. No, that sells dumbass. More sells dumbass. I think her name is Samira. If it's not Samira, apologies. But Samira is like, hey, yeah, I'm a Black girl and I'm in the KKK and we all are rooting for you, Bree. We are all rooting for you, Bree. We love you, Bree. And it's just like, what? And then what really kills it is apparently Samira, they have family members that are also root workers. And so there's like the secret connect, like root work network that Samira is tapped into, even though she's part of the group that's supposed to be killing these root workers because the root workers are like the evil. It's dumb. It's fucking foolishness. It's foolishness. When I saw Samira pop in and she was talking about these root people that she knows, I was just like, Tracy, it's no. Like, do I want Brie to have Black friends? Yes, but the way it is written, it is definitely written in like Brie only interacts with Black people in is for business only. She is not interested in talking to these people. It's convoluted in a way, but it has nothing to do with anything. Like, there's no way that this like little connection of like root workers that Samira is tapped into is gonna come into play. Just like the little connection of UNC Chapel Hill root workers is not gonna come into play because it's just not. It's just not. It's just not. And so now the plot where I am is no longer, the secret organization of Arthurian KKKers out here trying to do anything. The plot is now we're gonna go save Nick because Bree is obsessed with Nick and she wants Nick. Like, I don't get it. I truly don't get it. We also had another scene at the beginning, I think it was in the prologue, what really is bothering me. I can't say every time because she got to do her little dream walk situation, her little root walk situation, her memory walking, whatever it's supposed to be called. Everything in this book has a name and there are too many names happening here. But she got to do her little walk and she got to talk to Nick, and it's literally like that walk is the only walk that involves her not experiencing trauma. Like every other time that she has done a memory walk is so she can see her ancestors getting hosed down at a deli counter, getting chased by a pack of dogs, getting raped by Nick's great granddaddy. Like, then what really killed me, the little society of KKK members, the society of the Arthurian KKKers, they were having this whole conversation and they were like, well, great 10 times Davis. He was a good man. He loved his family. So he couldn't have been a rapist. I'm sorry. He couldn't have been a rapist. And I'm like, the how she pulled a sword from stone. Like how she pulled a story from the song. Like what did she do? Like how did she happen? And now what is killing me, what is really killing me is that their grand plan is to just like lock her in the chamber while they go and try to find somebody else that he might have raped. Uh like try to find literally any other Davis that could maybe potentially be Arthur. And it's just like, at this rate, I'm like 2 steps away from surprise every black person in North Carolina is an Arthur. Like that's just what the book feels like. And what really is actually what bothers me the most about this story is when the little council is like telling her that they're trying to find someone else to be the Arthur because she's just too black to be the Arthur. Like she this would hit so much harder if she was actually in community with other black people. But it's like Bree distances herself from them, has no interest in connecting to them. So it's just like, why like some of her thoughts just don't make sense. When she's thinking like, oh, it's not fair that the Arthurian KKK, they know like they're like they could trace us all the way back to do it, but when we had to do a little 11th grade book report on where our family was from, we just got to the Davis plantation and we didn't know anything past the Davis plantation, but they're doing all this genealogy. And I was just like, okay, but you don't care about black people. It was like the same way when they were describing like the little Merlins as their own separate entity, like their own racial category. She was like, oh, Cell, he usually is the only Merlin, but now he has a group of Merlin. I'm so jealous that he has a group of people. And it's like, look, even if there are only 5 black people at UNC Chapel Hill, and maybe for the sake of argument, let's say there are 5 black people at UNC Chapel Hill, you could talk to them. Like you could walk on over, you could say hello, but it's just like you are obsessed with the descendant of the man who raped you or your grandma. Well, I mean, she was in the body. Like Bree was in the body of her great ancestor while she was getting raped and left for dead in that field. So anyway, like it's so convoluted that it don't make sense, Bree. It don't make sense. Now that I have rambled, I think we'll do our next sprint in like 3 minutes at 15. So that's where I am in Bloodmarked. That's what's happening. And the rest of this book, I am assuming, is I'm going to be trying to find Nick, get to Nick. And I guess book 3 is going to be taking down the Arthurian KKK. It seems a little foolish. I also don't understand like what the point of the like governing body is. Personally, to me, I don't see what the point of the governing body is. Like y'all are ruling over a group of teenagers. I mean, I guess somebody has to like train these people, but that's the other thing that Bree got. Bree wants to like be Miss I'm gonna be action hero, but she ain't got no weapons training. Like these are people who literally have been using weapons since the age of 6. Like you get your Legendborn powers, you get your little I'm the scion of whoever powers when you're 6 years old, and you lose them. They don't like you don't just get to keep them forever. So it's just like you can't use your root magic that I assume you don't lose like ever. You get to have them forever because her therapist was able to do all her magic. But these, colonizers, the little colonizer magic, they lose it eventually. So it's like you aren't practicing the roots, you aren't practicing the colonizing. Like, what are you like? What does Bree do successfully? That's what I would like to know. I think it is. I think it's definitely like it's like I think that the first book, because so much of it was a mystery and like you're following along, but to me it's like I don't care about Nick. And I don't care about him enough for Bree to be putting herself in danger to go save him when she really needs to be finding a plan. Like she needs a better plan than I'm gonna get Nick and then okay, but what is Nick gonna do? The KKK is still after you. What is your plan for them? I mean, she's not like she can't do anything. Everything that she can do is the very like urban fantasy thing of my life was in danger and I didn't know what to do, so I just kind of threw my hands and all of a sudden there was a force field and fireworks and foolishness because I was in danger. But it is 15, so we're gonna do our next little sprinty sprint and I'll see y'all back here. Welcome back. I made it to page 358. I am at the start of chapter 37. And we are on the Underground Railroad. My bad. Not the Underground Railroad. A Underground Railroad. An Underground Railroad, if you will. I will say that I was incorrect. So if you were here at the start of the sprint, I said that I thought they were going to go on the hunt for Mr. Nicholas Davis, and incorrect there. They did not do that. That was not the plan. That was not what they were doing. Take it back. That's what Bree wanted to do. That's what Miss Matthews, that's what she was interested in going after. But the group got together and they said, we're on the run for our lives. We're on the run for our lives. So we can't do that. We can't do that, actually. And they decided they were going to go underground. They were going to evade the KKK with their little fake IDs, which doesn't make it doesn't make any sense. There are 4 of them, okay? There are 4 of these hoes. You got Bree, King Arthur herself, Cell, who is like on the verge of dying because he's a Merlin, and in this world, like, you have to be bound to one of these little round table bitches, and the person that he's low-key bound to is Nick, but I think their bond was broken in the last one, so he's just like a Merlin without a bond, so he out here dying. Hate that for him. William, who is the scion of Gawain, so he's like the healer, and he can like break your bones, but he a healer man, and he's queer, so we got him. And then Alice Chen, who I like Alice. I like that Alice is actually here and present because in the last book, Bree and Alice they were supposed to be like this in the last book. It was supposed to be Alice and Bree. They were supposed to be just like this, right? But they weren't. They were like this. They were as far apart as people could be, which is wild. So Alice has had a lot more to do here in this book, so I like that for her. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, Alice is supposed to be a person that Bree grew up with, and the more that we read with her and Alice, I'm just like, this really could have been a little black girl. You could have been a little black girl. Could have been a little black girl. Could have been a little black girl, but she's not. She Alice Chen, so love that for Alice Chen. But those 4, Selwyn and William and Alice, though I guess it's just 3 of them. So those 3 outvoted fucking Bree, and they said, yeah, bye. We're not going to go look for Nicholas. Actually, we're going to go on the run. Even though the magical KKK got Congress members, they got senators, they have lawyers, they have police chiefs. Like, how are you going to outrun the government? Like, how are you going to outrun the government? There's 4 of you. There's 4 of you. You're about to be missing in action. The KKK is not going to be covering for you, Alice Chen. They're not going to be covering for you, Bree, when you start missing school. Like, they're going to find you, but whatever. So they're going on the run. And so now they have to decide where they're going to go. And they're going to be like, well, where do we go? Because these are 4 idiots. 2 children from I guess technically all of them except for Selwyn are like from the human world or whatever. And Selwyn is kind of from the human world, but he got magic. So we're going to put him to the side. So like, y'all ain't got no friends, no connections outside of this little magical organization that you have tied yourselves up in. Where are you going to go? And Bree is like, well, I trust Samira, and Samira gave me this little note, so we should go where this little note says. And the other 3 are like, no, we can't do that because Samira works with the magical KKK. Now, Samira, I was right. That was her name. She's a little black girl, the other black person in the KKK. So now you got 2 black people. You got Bree and you got Samira. You got Bree and you got Samira. So Bree and Samira are the only 2 black people, and Bree met Samira one time as she was running away from the jail cell. And they were like, well, we can't trust Samira's actions. Like, we can't trust their information because they told us this thing and this person was not on our side. So their information is outdated and it could lead to our death. And we don't want this, like, we don't want you to die, because if Bree dies, ain't nobody in the round table got their powers. If Arthur dies, everybody loses it. Into the round table. You can't, blow on the cartridge. Can't do nothing. There ain't no saving it. And so they're like, we can't trust her. And then they immediately use a different piece of information that they got from Samira. And so then what I just spent the last hour reading, the last 45 minutes, was I felt that I was back in the fucking Lightning Thief. Like, these 4 idiots, these 4 dumb bitches, the king and her little consorts, were chilling in this like underground club where time was being weird. It was a magical club and they couldn't escape. And there was this person. It was weird. It was like I was really back in the fucking hotel from the fucking Lightning Thief. And I was just like, in 2022? In 2022, Tracy? In 2022, we are stealing from Rick Riordan? In 2022? And I know that Rick Riordan is not the only person that's done a club like the club from the Lightning Thief, but it's just like, and it felt like such a waste of pages. Like the last chunk of the book that I felt that I read, it was such a waste of time, and it didn't do anything but establish, like, it was cute. Like, there was like this little demon and he was out here making deals, and it was connected to, the little blues song about the man in black. Like, it was cute. But I don't need this underground club with the demons. And then it wasn't even run by a demon. It was really run by this like root worker who knew somebody from Bree's hometown, Mariah. And I was just like, this is fucking foolish. Like, Tracy Dion is just playing games in my face. And what is making me upset is the praise. Like, if this book was just like regular, degular, noteworthy, I could live with it. If this was just getting like, I love this, but people are like, this is groundbreaking, this is revolutionary, Bree is that girl. Bree ain't got 2 brain cells to rub together. Let's start there. She in the gifted program for the people in her little school going to UNC Chapel Hill, and she ain't got 2 brain cells to make friends with. She got a single brain cell. Let's catch up with these comments. Let's see what y'all are reading, because I know it's better than what's happening over here. Welcome, Ty. Love to see that you can make it. Yeah, we got at least 2 more sprints. At least 2 more. It might be more than 2 because I'm finishing this book. I refuse to read this book by myself. I'm gonna say I'm holding you hostage, but like, you can click out of the stream at any time. Let's see here. You just logged off of work. Think you're actually going to read a bit in the next before cleaning. I love that for you. I don't know if you're an audiobook person, but if you're an audiobook person, you could get your reading and the cleaning in. I need to clean. That's what I should do tomorrow. I know it's like a holiday or whatever, and I said I was going to edit, but I might clean. I might do some deep cleaning. Didn't read, but you did head home from work and you warmed up some leftovers. I love that. Listen. Hey, that sounds productive. Happy that you were, getting your adulting on. I can't wait to see your review. I can't wait. I just know it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to your buddy read, and also sending you lots of thoughts and prayers. No reading, but you just take a nap. Listen. I'm trying to be a better person. I think it's a hot mess, but it's like I have to be in the upside down because everyone is loving it. Everyone, take it back. I said this the last time that I was doing reading sprints about Bloodmarked, is I do know that there was one person, I think it's Ash, from Ash and Her Books on Instagram. Maybe I'm getting their name mixed up. But when they were reading the arc, they were like, I'm going to hold my tongue. Because there was a bunch of stuff in the middle, which is the stuff that I'm reading now, that I think they were also not really vibing with. But they were saying about how Tracy was tweeting that the arc was like 4 rounds of revisions behind, and they were going to wait until they read the finished copy to like publicize it. But like the vibe I was getting was they still like, I think they like Bloodmarked more than I'm liking Bloodmarked, but I think there are people who did enjoy this a little bit less than Legendborn. And I can see why, because this is a hot mess. I think very hot mess. I think so. I think it was like at the beginning of this book, but I've also read so many books recently. I think I've read like 8 books this week. That might be a lie. 8 might be a stretch. But I think so, because I think Alice was braiding Bree's hair, I think. But I might be thinking of a different book. Maybe. It's potentially possible. Listen, it's not worth it. Okay, so it's not really the magical KKK. They gave us a little diagram at the beginning. So what the real organization is called the the High Council of Regents. Okay, so here is the Council of People, right? Like these are the people that came to town for the funeral, because some fuck shit happened in Legendborn and people died, and some of those people were like the knights or whatever. Well, they weren't really knights. There's a different word. Doesn't matter what that word is. But this is the council. And Bree is supposed to be up here above the council. But the council is who I'm calling the magical KKK. Because these people said, Bree, you're too black. We can't do this. We're going to go back to the drawing board. We're going to go through your family tree. We're going to find some relatives. Because it can't be you. Because you're too black. So I'm calling the High Council of Regents the magical KKK. Because it's what it is. But the Underground Railroad is a thing. It is definitely a new take on the Underground Railroad. Thanks for coming to the TED Talk. I don't know. I think that's at the back of the book. This book, I will say, I'm not going to keep up with anything. But the book itself, Simon Teen, did give you... it does give you a little list. So she gets wisdom and strength from King Arthur, but King Arthur refuses to talk to her. Like King Arthur only talks to her on his terms. And she has Excalibur. So those are her powers again. And then she has root magic that I don't really understand. And I don't do any like root work stuff at all. So I don't fully get it. I don't really understand what she can do, but she be blowing out fire at sometimes. But for me, she ain't got really no gifts. You knew the reason you had never seen the book hoodwinked everybody? I think so. You just logged off of work. Everyone's logging off of work and turn on some audiobooks and run some errands. Cooking for Thanksgiving. I mean, you can cook during the sprints. Use the sprints to be productive. I don't know, like it's a whole feast people got to be making. I don't have to make a feast. I'm cooking for me, myself, and I. But other people are definitely, they're out here feasting. So if you need to cook for your little get together, I say cook during the sprint. Maybe you're an audiobook person, so you can like put in the audiobook while you chop or saute or mix or bake, whatever it is, and do that. Oh, well, the school, like she's just like a smart child. Like that's just all it is. Like she a smart girl, and so like that's why she's gifted. Like the school itself is not a magical school. Like the school, like this is why Legendborn is stupid. So like she is just like super intelligent, and so her and Alice are so intelligent that they applied to this little special high school at the UNC campus situation. So she is going there. But that's just for like regular people. And so when she is like, I think she was at like a party or something, and they were coming back from the party, and she saw a demon attack, and it was giving Clary Frey. It was Clary Frey. It was Cassandra Clare. She saw this demon attack, and she was like, yo. That was my Charlemagne the God impression. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. What was that? And then she's here. out here running around on the Underground Railroad. He did laundry, listened to a few chapters of Red Paint, switching to something lighter. Something lighter, though. Finished this one later this evening with the physical book. Nope. It's not. Now, at UNC, there is like a section of the round table because the UNC campus is important for whatever reason to the round table, but the school she is going to is not a magic school. No. Yes. But they have like, yes, cousins, because they see, this is why I'm annoyed. Everyone wants, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of incest happening over there in the Cassandra Clare book, but Nick and Bree are definitely fucking cousins. They share a grandfather 10 times over, because great grand whatever Davis is Nick's granddaddy, and great grand whatever Davis is her, whatever granddaddy. So they are definitely cousins, and it is and like this is the other thing that I was saying is like the last time we were doing sprints, maybe you weren't here, but it's like it's one thing for you to like find somebody in North Carolina and you start dating this person and you get married to this person, and 20 years down the road you're like, oh, I'm like 40 years old and I want a hobby, and everybody in their 40s tries to be a genealogist, and they start combing through it and they go, oh, look at that, we're like cousins. Kira Sedgwick and Kevin Bacon, love that for them. It's like that situation. I think it's one thing to come in and like that's your story, but the whole reason that Bree is King Arthur is because Nick's his line goes back to King Arthur, because how the round table works is that if you are like the descendant of King Arthur, you can't get with anybody else on the round table. You can't be with anybody else on the round table because it's very important for the KKK to be able to trace back where you go. So if somebody dies unexpectedly, they can find where else that person might pop in. And so the whole reason that Bree is able to channel that she is the actual scion of Arthur is because of that connection to the Davis family. And so it is very strange for Nick to be the love interest. And I would argue he is the actual primary love interest. And this love triangle situation isn't really working. But maybe that's because I don't really like Cell. I think he's a creeper. I mean, I don't know if I think he's just annoyed. I think that he sees that Bree is incompetent and he's like, I can't do all the heavy lifting. And so he didn't want to talk to her. I think that's what it is. 65%. You heard, did I not click? I didn't click. Come on, there we go. The first book, no. The first book you have Bree is a Black person. Her therapist is a Black person. She's kind of important. She's a plot device, really. She's not really there to be her friend, because she's the therapist. That's it. Her mother, her dad, who's in the book briefly, I think she has a brother. Maybe I'm making that up. I think I'm making that up because I think because of the family line, they can only have like one child. So maybe she doesn't have a brother. But all the other Black people that are briefly mentioned are her family. Then in the second, in Bloodmarked, we get Samira for like 20 pages, and Samira is a Black person. And those are the two Black people we've had in the book. I think Mariah just appeared, is on the Underground Railroad. I'm pretty sure she's a Black person. So she's a plot device person, but Bree herself does not care about Black people. She's not interested in finding community in Blackness. She is not interested in making connections with other Black people. She is interested in why is the racist KKK not letting her take the oath? Like she's Arthur. I should be able to be Arthur. That is her primary goal, I guess. That and getting her cousin back so they can get married. Yes, the order is very white. That's why it's the magical KKK. We got 2 sprints left, at least. As many sprints as it takes for me to finish those like last 200 pages. I think we'll do the next sprint at 25 after, so in like 3.5 minutes. You're reading Akatar. I love this for you. I gave that book 4 stars. I'm not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it. I mean, I think the worst way would be for them to be just straight siblings. I think that's the worst way. But I do think that it's pretty bad when the whole reason that she is King Arthur is because she is from your direct family line. Like there's a direct family line from her to King Arthur, and there is a direct line from Nick to King Arthur, and allegedly. Although I don't know if I can say allegedly because everyone else in the Davis family has been able to be the scion of Arthur. Like Arthur's been cool with it. So yeah. I think it's pretty bad. I think it's pretty bad. I think the purpose of the first book was to find out like why she could see the demons, and we figured that out. Just like that was it. I don't think the purpose of like I don't really see her reconnecting with blackness as like a purpose of the series because every interaction she has with another black person is like very businesslike. And then there are times where she is talking about, like I said earlier, like the Merlins, like she was jealous that Selwyn had community in the Merlins, and even when she was talking to Samira, she was upset that like Samira had connections, but like Brie herself is never actively out here trying to invest in community and invest in making uh connections with other black people, at least to me. Maybe other readers are seeing it, but I don't see that she's doing that, which I think is very weird. I think it's very weird. It's one thing to like set your book in a place where there are very few black people. That's a thing. Okay, congratulations, you did it. But the book that you're writing, I feel is very weird, and the protagonist is not interested in connecting to those people. You're nearing page 200 and it's a solid 4.5 stars at the moment. I have in the past, but most of the things that I read are library books now. And so obviously I'm not writing in the library books. But I have it if I have it on Kindle or if it's like an e-arc, I'll highlight and make notes, but physically not so much. Oh, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. But it is 25 after. So I'm going to pull up our little friend, the kitty cat. When we're done, the kitty cat will meow and we'll come back together. Welcome back, readers. Welcome back. I need Bree Matthews to come to the carpet. I need Bree Matthews at the pink table. I need her at the red table. We need to have a table. I need Jada. I need Willow. I need whatever Jada's mama's name is. This is foolish. This book is foolish. I'm on page 452, which is however many pages since the last time. And in this endeavor, we learned a couple of things. A couple of things happened. The big thing was we learned that the organizing people for the Underground Railroad, they have a safe house. And at this safe house, the safe house is on a plantation, which not gonna lie. I don't know if you could have me at the safe house. I don't know if you could have me at the safe house. I drove past a Japanese internment camp once, Korematsu, out there in the middle of nowhere, California, and it just felt very depressing. So for the safe house to be on the plantation, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could be there. I could send you, I could send you some money, but don't ask me to be on the plantation. So they're on the plantation, and I will give Bree some credit. So let's positives, right? So I was appreciating that she was trying to get to the bottom of this, because some things have been happening in the past couple of pages that really just felt like a lot of filler. That felt like it was a lot of foolishness. But her trying to, get to the bottom of this, I was here for it. I think it's a little foolish, but I was here for it. And so she's out here trying to get to the bottom of this, and she's calling up all her ancestors. So she calls up her mama, and she's like, "Mom, do you know how to do this?" She calls up her grandma. She's like, "Hey, Granny, I miss you. Do you know how to do this? Hey, what's up, Jessie, homegirl? Do you know how to do this?" She keeps going back in line, back and back and back, all the way till she gets to Vera, who made the deal, right? So she gets to her ancestor, who, mind you, was enslaved. She gets to the one that was enslaved. So she has called forth this ancestor back to a plantation. And now she's going back and forth with Vera. And do I appreciate the struggle that Bree is in, where ain't no one trying to tell her how to use this? She can't use it, but she knows that she got the magical KKK coming after her. We have this new figure, this new antagonist coming after her, because this book is just, the world that we are in is expanding exponentially. So she is trying to get some answers, and Vera is like, "Girl, I already did what I had to do. Now it's your problem. It's not my problem, it's your problem." And I can't imagine that on the plantation, where all the other enslaved ancestors are judging you and protecting the space or whatever, because not just anybody can walk onto the plantation, and all of the other root workers are in the room looking at this, and all your friends and homies are looking at, and you are yelling at Vera. It couldn't be me. I can't imagine it would be me. I can't imagine that we are going to go back and forth with the ancestors like this. And now she done burned a hole. She done burned a hole in the protective barrier that these enslaved people have crafted, so they can continue to be safe from all the Merlins that are out there trying to hunt their descendants. It's giving a lot is happening. A lot is happening. But I really need Bree to be at the table. I need Bree to come to the table. And we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about why she was trying to be in calling up every ancestor that she ever had, and was berating them and yelling at them and trying to call them out their names, because that felt a little it felt a little unnecessary. It felt a little unneeded. But yeah, it was better than what was happening before then. What was happening before then was I don't want to say mediocre, but what was happening before we got to the little plantation safe house was they were going on the hunt for Nicholas again. And it's like, y'all already decided that wasn't safe. I don't want to tell you all that part. I don't want to tell you that part, but just know that the hunt for Nicholas some real foolish things were happening there. Some foolish, like, I am okay for some unprecedented things happening. Like, everything that Bree has already done, unprecedented. But then we had this other unprecedented thing. And when you have that kind of unprecedented thing, I think that's why people don't like it. People don't like it when you let the fantasy do that. That's like a fantasy no. Like, I understand why people were upset with that one. I think that's just a general fantasy faux pas. You can't be using magic like that. And I'm surprised that the girlies are giving it 4 and 5 stars when the magic was doing what that magic was doing. Listen, it's just the truth. I need her at the table. 5 pages. I mean, window shopping distracts the best of people. Listen. Yes, I need her at the table. You're back with Mashing Potatoes, listening to Eden's Everdark. I've not heard of that, which I'm not surprised. I don't hear of most books. 149 of People Person. Is that by the author of Queenie? Or am I thinking of a completely different book? You know what? I have Goodreads right here. So let me be a proactive person and just type it in. Yep, it is. It was the book I was thinking of. The UK cover for this is much better than the American one. I will say. It might just be the international version. It might not just be the UK. Although sometimes Canada, they be getting the US cover, and I do feel bad for them. With each print you've seen, I can tell the book is draining more of your... Listen. The book already started off like not so great. You know, like, I already knew this wasn't going to be a new favorite, but I was hoping, thoughts and prayers were happening. But each chapter is something new. And I feel like what is really, if this was at the beginning of the stream, I said that I didn't want, what was I saying? Oh, I didn't want to read about Bree going after Nick, but having seen what the story is where Bree doesn't go after Nick, should have just gone after him, should have done it. But also, when the book did go after Nick, it was entirely too easy. A lot of this book feels entirely too easy, if I'm being honest. Swept, ran the vacuum, listened to 20% of Twisted Hate. Okay, love that for you. I don't know if I'm ready to read that. Listen. All I'm going to say is that Homegirl was disemboweled. Or as close to disemboweling, like, I feel like that implies damage to vital organs, but I guess it doesn't have to. But let's just say her intestines were no longer behind the stomach wall. Okay? Let's just say that the intestines were no longer inside the stomach wall. That a attacking demon thing ripped Bree an entirely new orifice, right? She got a new opening in the body. And let's just say that magic was holding her together for 3 hours as people tried to locate Homegirl. And when she woke up 3 days later, they were like, yeah, this person, they were doing like nano surgery, holding you together for 3 hours. Like, most magic, you can make an axe, you can make a pick, you can make a long sword, you can make a bow and arrow. We have never before seen somebody holding together your arteries and your veins so blood could continue to circulate and fight off necrosis. And I said, look, you can't kill Bree, because even though we've introduced some Black people into this narrative in the last half of this book, they're all for the plot. Like, all of these people are here for business reasons only. These are not people who have any kind of meaningful connection to Bree. Bree is not making meaningful connections to them. They are literally, it's a business transaction. When the transaction is over, they're going to go back to not fucking with each other. And so, like, you can't kill her. But I don't know if we needed it to take 3 hours for the people to find her. Don't know if we needed that. And so, yeah, Homegirl she got ripped limb from limb almost, and Clearly she didn't die, but after the way that she was talking to them ancestors, maybe she should have. Maybe she. The first book is pretty crazy. Second book is worth the hype. Still reading Night Crawling. Not getting worse. Not getting worse. Although I will say, part of me is okay with that because it makes me feel better that I didn't choose it for a book club. But I did come like this close to reading it. I came this close to reading it. And I still might. The year is young. So originally, I checked this book out because I was going to do a reading vlog. I said I'm gonna make a reading vlog. I'm gonna do a vlog. I'm gonna give it a second chance. I'm gonna see what the hype is about. And then I came to my senses and I said, one, I need to stop picking up books saying I'm gonna do a reading vlog when I'm trying to kill them. All of 2020, I've been trying to. It's like an addiction. Me and the reading vlogs and checking out books that I think will fit into a reading vlog. It's been an addiction. I feel like it has ruined BookTube. I feel like it has ruined the art of reading, and I'm trying to quit. Have I quit? No, we haven't gotten there yet. But I said, there's no way I could read this book by myself. And so I said, you know what I want to do? I want to do some reading sprints. So I was doing reading sprints the other day. And I said, clearly, if I read it in some reading sprints, people will still get the act of me reading it. You will really get my in the moment reactions, because when I'm doing a reading vlog, I'm often torn between if I'm reading a book physically, like I would have to for this, I'm not really reading to get to like a certain point in the book so I can stop. I'm usually trying to read physical books as quickly as I can because I don't read them. I just don't make time to read books physically. And so updating them in real time, I feel like isn't really a thing. And so often when I'm doing a reading vlog, you'll get me when I started the book and have to like leave to go do something, maybe around the 50% mark if you're lucky. And then you'll get me at the end trying to be like, this is what I thought. And so what you really get in my vlogs is more like a review. And so reading it during the sprints is as close to a vlog situation as we're going to get to work through it in real time. And then I still might film a review of this book. I don't know, but this book is weird. Book is weird. Sorry, Tracy. Just joined during the sprint. You're currently editing your second ever BookTube video. That sounds very productive. I love this for you. Listen, a little bit. And, I'm surprised that there's still parts of me left to die. But I do think we'll do our next sprint here at the half hour. I feel like 2 minutes, not enough time to warn the people. So at 30, we're going to do our last little sprint. And I do think that it'll be enough time for me to finish this, because I have like nothing left. There's not very many pages. The book is over on page, that's like supportive material, on page 551, and I'm on page 453. So 100 pages, or like 98 pages. And that means I'll be able to go back to my audiobook for the romance. Well, it's not a romance vlog, but it's a romance book for the vlog on Monday. And I was entertained by that at the beginning of the sprints. I was very entertained by that at the beginning. So even though it was a little foolish, it's like, you want to be an entrepreneur, girl, and you're broke, but you're not reading them DMs. You're not reading the, hey, I want to hire you messages. It's giving weird, but we're going to go back to it. The UK cover is nice. Even got sprayed edges. I do like a nice sprayed edge. I do appreciate a sprayed edge when it's like already at the bookstore. I don't like when the book company is like, here's the sprayed edge. And it's like, okay, but I spent like $50 for you to send this to me. Although Illumicrate now does have a US fulfillment center for their monthly boxes. But the US fulfillment center does not cover their like one-off special boxes, which I think is still highway robbery. Also, that little video they posted, other little special editions of the character artwork, they got dragged when they made June look like skinny, but Bryce is also supposed to be big, and Bryce was looking like a fucking toothpick in the art. So Illumicrate, they are really fumbling the bag. I'm assuming this was in relation to her getting ripped open. And listen, when she got ripped open, I said, it was nice knowing you, Bree. It was nice knowing you. And then she woke up in the hospital and she was like, look at these scars. And look, I'm not a medical professional. You know, I have some scars on my body, but I feel like scars. Do you have a scar 3 days later? I don't know. I mean, clearly you have a suture mark for where they had to sew your body back together. But okay. Not yes. Bree is only interested in relationships with Black people in a business-like way. It's very, thank you, here's the information you need, now I'm gonna go. Truly, you read the book. I'm happy, but you had to read it anyway. So I look forward to reading your review. You know, at least somebody's entertained. At least somebody. I do know how to spray, but I'm also very lazy. And sometimes what I want to spray them and what the book looks like, it don't match up. So if I can go to the bookstore and get it sprayed, it's fine. But when some of these like little book companies, the only little thing they're giving you is a sprayed edge, I'm like, I don't know. And I thought I would be into the whole like stenciled edge thing. Like there we go. Like this is like cute. But I feel like I don't even know if I want the sprayed. Like I would have just preferred a regular, just like make it red. I don't know if I needed the stencil. But you know, it's cute. It's cute. It's not going nowhere. They're gonna be up there for the rest of however long books last. I will say that. Jade War is not going. Well, it was like, yeah, that one was Jade War. It's not going anywhere. 3 minutes until the sprint. Hopefully, like I said, I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish Little Bloodmarked, and I'll be gone. Also, we got to know why the book is called Bloodmarked, which is why it was also kind of why Bree was out here trying to curse at the ancestors. Which again, I feel like if you want to curse at the ancestors, you know, you can do whatever you want. But I don't know if I would do it using the magic that requires the ancestors on the land protected by somebody else's ancestors, putting everybody in danger. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like cursing your ancestors is something you do in the privacy of your own home. I don't know if I would do it in public. And it felt like Brie was doing it in public. And it was mixed company because, again, we've already established the homegirl. She don't got melanated friends. Although she does have Alice Chen. Let's not erase Alice Chen. But still. I mean, they definitely... I don't think that they're... That's why I'm annoyed when this is like, thank you for the... What is it? Thanks for the idea, I guess. But the... Well, it was a Lumicrate. Their Poppy War stenciled edges was like kind of cute. But also... No, those were just smoke. I'm thinking of something else. Pretty sure. I don't think they had like a continuous design on them. Thinking of somebody else that did that. But sometimes like I can understand like the thought there, but I'm also never displaying books backwards. Listen, I mean, and the Miss Tracy had to be like, oh, well, the ancestors let them inside because you can't just like walk onto this plantation if you're not black. If you're not black, the ancestors have to like part the gate for you. And so they had to be like asked in, and it was weird. It was weird. Again, I don't know why all this had to happen. I don't know why this had to happen at the on a plantation. Bree is she is cut from a different cloth. She is cut from it's the Davis. It's that Davis in her. Listen, I understand that I understand that me and her were, you know, biracial together, but I don't claim Bree. I don't claim her. I don't claim Bree. We are not one and the same. First edition from Rainbow Crate, I sprayed edges, and you really love it. I mean, I do love a sprayed edge. I like the edges that I sprayed more than the edges that I've bought sprayed. So I guess there's also that. Well, I had to end it because the sprint was over. So I ended it. She was yelling at Vera. She was angry that Vera went back to the other side. And so that's when she burned the hole in the sacred space and the sprint was over. So I will come back and let y'all know if Vera is going to come back and let her have it, because that's what I was thinking of. Listen, it's what it is, but it is time for little kitty cat to make his final appearance of the sprint. Let's get it. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it. We have come to the conclusion after 500 pages. We have finished this book. We've done it. We have completed it. Um, there's some bonus information back here. There's like a little note. There's some acknowledgments. There's a little break. I'm not reading it. But we did it. I completed it. I had like 5 minutes left on the little timer, and I was like, oh, I could go back to the little romance, but I said I'm gonna update my spreadsheet. I'm just gonna sit in the revelry of having finished this book because I'm getting off the train. There's nothing that anybody could say about the next book and the Legendborn cycle that I could believe. I'm sorry. There's nothing. There's nothing here that I could want to see play out, because this is not a novel. This is a collection of rough ideas, barely strung together with very loose threads. Very loose threads. Do I see the vision? Sure. Kind of is there in rough sketches, but this book did not need to be 500 pages. I can tell you that right now. I will say that the last half is better than the beginning of the book for me, but not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. It's just not. It's not worth it. Not worth it for me. I don't think it's worth it for you. And to people who enjoyed the first book, I'm surprised that they enjoyed this one, because it is, well, the first book I thought was rather aimless, but it's easy to be like, oh, the first book is aimless because we don't know where we're going. We don't know what we're building up to. Like, the audience and Bree, we're finding this out together. But here in a sequel, I feel like you are firmly entrenched in a world. And instead of building the world out, it got really convoluted. It got weird. It was expanding too quickly in numerous directions. So it's just like, where are we going? Like, what was the point of anything that I read? Like, there was a scene where the magical KKK showed up at the plantation, and I was like, you led the magical KKK back to the plantation? Not this. Not this. Let's see how y'all did. We're going to probably wrap this up by the half-hour mark. I don't think it's going to take me 10 minutes to read all the comments, but maybe it will. Let's see here. I am defeated. Like, this book, and sometimes I feel like people say, oh, this book broke me, and they mean it, and that it was like really emotionally impactful. It was cathartic in some way. But I just feel, I will say props to Tracy Dion, because there are so many, raggedy white authors out here doing what Tracy did. And so I'm not going to be out here like arguing that Simon and Schuster don't need to publish these. I'm not going to do that. But I do wish that like some other book was getting this hype. I do wish that literally any other book was getting this hype. And Black Book Twitter can say what they want to say. They can say what they want to say. They can bring up arguments about how, Children of Blood and Bone, people waiting 5 years for that third book. It's a better series. I haven't read, what is it? That Ayana, that's a different one. The Ayana Gray books, Beast of Prey and Beast of Ruin, didn't get this hype. Everyone there is black. Blackity black. And I see them. That's a white man in the background. I see them. They playing in my face, but that's a white man. My bad. He's an alien. He's a demonic entity, but he's white. Literally the color. I guess we don't got to even use racial classifications with him because he's a demonic entity. But even the Psalm of Race and Ruin and the other one, everyone on that cover is blackety black black black. Didn't get the hype that the Legendborn cycle gets. The other one, the Kingdom of Souls, whatever, those had horrible covers. Didn't get this hype. Didn't get no Legendborn hype. So like I'm not gonna be out here trying to tell y'all there's no black led fantasy. We're in a black led fantasy renaissance. Even though, what is it? Ella McKinney's books, her little Buffy inspired Alice in Wonderland urban fantasy set in Atlanta that nobody read. I mean, that one had white people, but it didn't get no hype. Like, it does bother me to some degree that this is the one that is getting shot up from the rooftops, is doing all of these things, when the Legendborn cycle is not the only girl in the sandbox. There are plenty of girls in the sandbox, and of the ones that I have visited, they are all doing it better than this book. They all feel like they have something to say, that they are building towards something, specifically in their second book. But this was so meandering and meaningless that I am bothered. I am very much bothered. And I continue to be bothered about how the latter half of this book played out, because I still don't feel that, even with you giving me this plantation and this connection to the ancestors and all of this, the ancestors are protecting me, Bree as a character is not connected to any one of them hoes. Like, I still believe that Bree engages in blackness in a business transaction, and it was weird. It was very weird. It was also, I don't want to spoil this book in this moment, but what happens in the last part of this book, talk about heated. Listen, never again, Tracy Dion. You ain't playing in my face again. Not for no 500 pages. Life is too short. I'm sure that they did. And all of them need to get out the kitchen. No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm happy because this is another book. I talked about this in the one and only conversation I had about The Weight of Blood. But I do feel that there are some books that people read, and I go to look at the reviews, or I go to watch a review, and they're saying nothing. Like, so I cannot. That sounds mean, but I do think that there are sometimes that there are books that are like hyped, or people are just talking about in general, where the reviews are completely not helpful. So like, I could read the thing, or I could watch you talk about the book and still walk away not really fully understanding. And so Bloodmarked is one of those things. Like, Bloodmarked is a book that gets reviews like screaming, crying, whatever. This is excellent, no notes. I can't believe that Tracy Dion did this to me. My heart, my ego, what is happening? Or it'll be like 2 stars, no, nothing at all. So like, I'm happy that I understand like what is happening in this book, as much as anybody can understand what's happening in this book. But do I wish that I had spent it's been 4 hours here, and I think my last live was also 4 hours, so like 8, 9, 10 hours. Do I wish I had spent those 8, 9, 10 hours doing something else, reading a different book? Probably. But I'm happy that I got to do it with all of you, so that's nice. We're at about 50 pages. Yep, this is my stop. This is my exit right here. Got to page 177. You did a few Instagram posts, listened to 12% of Twisted Hate. I'm sorry too. Hopefully I saved some of y'all. Pulled into a parking lot while running errands just to switch from my book. Not this. Not this. Since you has to with Candy Steiner developed last spring, you started her book Revelry. Baby wants to give imagery so bad. But at least you're enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, so I'm happy that the Raggedy Black has, I'm happy for him. I'm happy that the checks are clearing. I'm happy the rent is getting paid. But Tracy, sweetie, let's move along. I mean, he might as well be. They're demonic. They have like demon blood or something. He might as well be an alien. I don't know what the difference between a demon and an alien is. I guess a demon is fantasy and an alien is sci-fi. I mean, sometimes that's what you got to do. Excited for the Spirit of the Slayer next year. It's YA college Buffy inspired black fantasy. Interesting. I am not a Buffy girly. I could not get into it. I tried. I've watched the first season, and I watched like a couple of episodes of season 2. And listen, what is her name? Oh my God, this is embarrassing. It's gonna bother me if I don't. One moment. Talk amongst yourselves while I Google this person and get a name. Main character. I think she's the main character in this. Bianca Lawson. But what they were doing to Bianca Lawson in that second season of Buffy, I said, you know what? Let me just exit here. Let me exit here, actually, because I was not impressed. Although part of me did want to keep going because I know Michelle Trachtenberg comes in like season 5 or something. And I do love me some Michelle. But no, didn't. So I'm not like connected to this, but I hope that Spirit of the Slayer is good. You will say you agree that it's frustrating when the gatekeepers let more raggedy in while ignoring the other quality flair. Listen, for somebody, for many people, but not me. For many people, I know this is a joke, and I appreciate the joke, but definitely not for me. Definitely not for me. Yeah, so it's like I appreciate, like, and I don't think everybody needs to write. There is a space in this world for reviews like no notes, this 8, whatever. There's a place in this world, but me and my curious ass wants to know. I want to know, and so when those are the bulk of the reviews, I guess I'm just like, okay, well, time for me to read it so I can understand. And sometimes after you read it, sometimes like this, there are too many notes. So I don't really have notes. My notes would be, don't write this. And that's not really helpful. So you gotta say, you do hate when people say they review the book and all they did was give the synopsis and they took them out. Like, yeah, it's not entirely helpful. I will say that, is it a review? Sure. Like that's what you got from the book. You got what the synopsis said you were going to get. I love that. But sometimes you don't even get the synopsis. Sometimes it's just like, this book took me out. I'm on a different plane. My life is forever changed. I'm like, okay, give me a little something. I don't think my reviews are, God tier, but I try to give a little something. I try to let you in on what I was thinking a little bit. And if I can't do that in the reviews, then maybe you got the updates. Maybe the updates were letting you in on my thought process to me saying no notes. There'd be people who don't give the updates. There are no updates, or the updates are just the page, and then the review is no notes. I'm just like, damn, I'm out here I'm just floating in the ocean. Listen, I don't want nobody to read this book. I couldn't ask anybody to read this book. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't be me. I would not wish. Who was it? There was a couple of somebodies who did like recommending books. I think Jess Owens did a video where they were recommending books to their enemies. And then I think Bethany did one. I didn't watch Bethany's, but I think they also did one. Those are the first two that come to mind. And even if I were to ever do a video like this, I could not recommend this book to my enemy. I couldn't do it. I could not ask them to read this. Got to 72% of Finley Donovan. But me and my, what time is it? It is like 5:00. I was trying not to go to the store, but I might run to the store. But me and Goodreads are gonna have a nice little back and forth tonight. We're gonna have a nice little back and forth. Because I have to talk. We gotta talk about this one. I mean, I don't read, and I'm not gonna act as though I read a lot of the Black fiction. That would be a lie. You could just run over to the Goodreads and you could see. But I do, I will say that this is what's saturated. This is saturated, and this was definitely mediocre. Definitely mediocrity for me personally. And specifically in YA. Like, if this were, part of me almost gets it a little bit more, why books like The Final Strife was like pushed so hard, because in the adult space, people can really only name the Rage of Dragons. So it's like, okay, I'll let you have The Final Strife, even though I don't. It's not me. It's a low vibrational book. It's a low vibrational book, but I'm gonna let you have it. It's a lot more hard. It's harder there. But in YA fantasy, Why, especially if you were just looking within the past, in the years that Legendborn has been on the market, you could find some. You could find plenty of young adult with some Black people in it. You can find it. It's a lot easier. So for here in this genre specifically, this ain't it. Not for me. Not for me. 80% into Heart's Blood, enjoying myself thoroughly, but the love interest relationship with his caretaker is giving not groomer. Why does she know he can't get it up? I don't know what this book is, but I hate this for you. I hate this for you. I mean, I'm not gonna act as though I don't. I love me a low vibrational book too. I like me a low vibrational book too. But this one did not hit. It didn't hit. It didn't hit. Didn't even like scratch a little itch. If anything, I would say this book is worse. This book is worse. This book had me questioning things that it didn't need me to question. All because it wanted to fuck around and do some foolishness. If it had literally just been, okay, the last book happened, we had this funeral where then the High Council rolls in and they're like, we need you to stay on the low because bad shit's gonna happen if you don't stay on the low. And then it was just Bree and Cell, and it could be the same people, Alice and William, and those four came together and said, we're gonna find Nick anyway. And they went behind the council's back and they were gonna go do that. Could have been a good book. Would have been a good book. But with the inclusion of the High Council is actually the KKK, and it's the secret racist organization, and now we on the run, and we're gonna have the Black people in the Underground Railroad help us, even though these are the same organizations that's been hunting the Rootcraft people and murdering and slaughtering them for years. Foolishness. And then there was this whole other plot line where the deal that Vera made was actually different because there was a third party involved that ain't nobody know about. And this third party is going to come into too much. We bit off too many things. The mouth is too full. We can't chew it all. We're not processing. It's like, we got to go back. And nobody told Tracy to reel it in. Maybe they did. Maybe the arc was wildly different, but I have a hard. The problem is the standards so low that when people actually write some good literature, it never gets the hype. I mean, I'm not going to act as though nobody was hyping those other Black fantasies. Like, I do think that Blood and Bone, even Kingdom of the Souls, Kingdom of the Reaped, Which is Steeped in Gold, the Psalm of Wraith and Ruin, whatever that book was called, Beasts of Prey, like all of those were hyped books from their publishing houses. All of those publishing houses put marketing money into them. So those are just ones that got marketing money. And I'm sure that there were other ones that didn't get marketing money that I'm not as familiar with. And then there's some that are even coming up in the future. Like next year, we're getting Blood Debts, which is like I think it's historical fantasy set in New Orleans, or it might be in New Orleans, but it also has like ghost ancestors stuff happening. Then there was like the middle grade stuff like Root Magic and Me Moth, which was a poetry collection that was dealing with, well, a poetry collection. It was a novel told in verse. So like there are a lot of like even not lead title status like Black literature. So if I'm naming like the lead titles and the lead titles aren't getting pushed like this lead title, it's an issue. Like I understand like people not reading a Me Moth the same way that they're reading a Legendborn cycle. Like the balance there is different, but I do think that all these other books got the same marketing budget and ain't none of them blowing up the same way this one is. Weird behavior. I think you finished your book Paradise and now you're watching the OC while doing laundry. First time watching, and these kids are wild. I mean, the OC, Time to Be Alive. I haven't watched it, but it's an early mid 2000s teen drama airing on the CW. Of course, those kids are wild. Blame yourself for telling you Nightcrawling was good. I mean, I hadn't seen too many people talk about it. I just thought it was getting I guess it was getting hype in like the New York Times, the New Yorker area of the world. But, you know, they like what they like. With that said, I'm going to call it a day. We've been here for 4.5 hours. We have done lots of reading. I'm happy that you all were here with me on this journey, helping me process this book. I will see you guys on Monday, hopefully with a regularly scheduled video. If not on Monday, check back on Wednesday. But I'm going to go. Stay safe, stay hydrated. And until next time, bye.